minutes to start.
Várjuk meg, a DSM az ellenkező oldalon érkezik, rosszul viselkedtetek, megkopogtatom a hátukat. Figyelem, következzen a szalag átvágása. Mindenki fogja a saját darabkáját, nehogy lehessen a földre. Szöldörvármesterúrnak a szakaszvédőknek jutott a leghosszabb. Budapest és a Tour de Hongrie emblémája, mutassuk meg a sajtó képviselőinek. Most következik az, már csak 2 percünk van a rajtig. Szedjük össze a sportókat, kedves vendégek! Elköszön a tiszteletbeli vendégektől, hiszen a verseny főszervezője előre megy a saját autójába. Főpolgármester úr megkapja a Tour de Hongrie zászlaját, foghatja a kezébe. Ő lesz az, aki elindítja a mezőnyt. Kedves közönségünk, mi történik a következő 1 percben? A verseny...
Minutes to start, vehicles in the front start moving. Minutes to start.
Jelenik, főpolgármester úrnak is a piros színű Skodát kell figyelnie. A versenyigazgató, ha jelt ad polgármester úr számára, akkor kell ezzel a kék zászlóval, egy zászlóintéssel a mezőnyt elindítania. Jelen pillanatban 1 perc van hátra a rajtig, és most történik az ellenőrzés. Tisztelettel kérem a sajtó munkatársait, hogy legyenek kedvesek, lépjenek oldalra, ha lehet, lépjenek ki a kordonokon kívülre, hiszen nem sokára elindul a karaván. A karaván előtti járművek már elindultak körülbelül 40 perccel ezelőtt egy úgynevezett szponzorkaraván, és most már a biztosító járművek is az úton van. Indulunk egyekre!
Start is given. On our way. Everybody will be based of the Tour of Hungary. 167 kilometers to cover between the cities of Budapest and Peke. We have quite a long neutral start of 9.7 kilometers. Today we have 3 GPMs, the first one in kilometer 41.5 in Eket, the second one in kilometer 88.3 in Eket at the Quarterfilm studio, the third at kilometer 127.4 at the same place at Eket at the Quarterfilm studio. We have 3 intermediate streets, the first one at kilometer 58.8 in Marshall-Vásár, the second in kilometer 112.3 in Bicske, and the third in kilometer 141.3 in Bicske. Rider 105 technical problem, no production. Passengers, as usual, we ask you to follow the instructions of the organizers and the commissaires. Please respect the safety regulations and regulations of the highway code. Drive on the right side of the road and don't forget to switch on the headlights of your car. We wish you a pleasant race. There are 117 riders in the Peloton today. The 105 is back in the Peloton. Rider 52 is back in the bunch. Right turn, sharp right turn, attention. There is one more sharp turn. assistance for Koratek, rider 145 is calling, Koratek rider 145 is calling. For your information, the start is in less than 2 kilometers. We have less than 2 kilometers from the neutral start. Together at the front.
Komen er ons, weg.
The race has started. Continuous attacks at the front. Continuous attacks at the front. One rider is trying to attack, continuous attacks at the front. Very high speed, very active bunch, but the attacks are under control. Together.
Komen er ons, weg.
Left turn, attention, sharp left turn. Together. The Peloton is riding at a high speed all together. Bunch it together. Rider is trying to break away. Bunch is very active at the front. One 163 is trying to break away. The bunch is together again. Peloton controls the attack. Lot of attacks going on. Serious attack, but the Peloton controls them. together. Effects are developing at the moment. Very high speed continuous attack. Providing 8 kilometers of entries together. Attacks and counterattacks continuously, but the Peloton controls each of them. All together at the moment. Rear wheel problem, rider 114 to 36.5 rear wheel. Rear wheel for Sagan, clear baguette, rear wheel for Sagan. All together. Continuous attacks at the front, but the bunch is together. pull together.
Die ze gaan laten gaan. Links te pakken, ja, links. Maar ik denk niet dat we op antenne waren, maar dat het tally blijft plakken.
Roundabout. And one more roundabout. At the front. Continue to touch at the front of the bunches together. Third, that's right, third. Together. At the front. Others are at the gate. Others are trying to break away. No breakaway, the bunch is together. Roundabout. Bunch is together. Bunch is together. A group of about 30 riders jumped away from the Peloton.
Te veel gas geven en gas lossen. Hè. Proberen een beetje constant te houden. En anders zakt mijn lens iedere keer een stukje. Ik ken niks van motorrijden. Dus ik weet ook niet hoe dat je...
group of 23 riders are trying to break away. Their advantage is about 50 meters. Advantage together, no breakaway. Advantage together. Attacks are just wrong, but the bunch is together. The bunch is together. All together. hold together. Very high speed, bunches together. Attacks at the front. The bunch is together. Left turn, attention, sharp left turn. Very sharp, sharp and down. And keep together. this run. Devices together. And guys ready at the key. All together. Together. Left turn, sharp left turn. Shimano, please, behind the PCP car. Shimano, please, behind the PCP car. Two riders are trying to break away. Riders are trying to break away. Five hundred meters to the GPM.
Sulla punto con curvo così si alla fine il punto.
Of the GPM, the first is rider 4545, the second rider 124 124, and the third rider 186. Rider 86. So I repeat, sorry. So the first is rider 45, the second rider 174, and the third 86. For confirmation, I repeat again, the first is rider 45, the second 174, and the third 86.
Komen af, hè.
a split in the peloton. Second group at 8 seconds. Peloton is split into two, second group at 9 seconds. Start left turn. Start left turn. The gap is 15 seconds between the two halves of the peloton.
Kom in en af, hè. Split in the breakaway, they're together, but 6 riders are trying to break away. Six riders attacking, no split. Attention, you're turning to the left. And again, a left turn is coming, attention.
7 riders in breakaway. The advantage is about 25 seconds. The numbers are the following: 12, 1, 2, 45, 45, 65, 65, 72, 72, 86, 86, 114, 114, and 172, 172. For a petrol rider is calling, for a petrol rider is calling, rider 141 is calling. Manu, thank you, the return to your position. The average speed of the first hour was 50.1 kilometers per hour. The rider is calling for a sec. Seven riders in breakaway, Peloton at 28 seconds. It's 25 seconds. It's 22 seconds. Bora, rider 56 is calling. Bora, rider 56 is calling. Unibet bidon, Unibet rider 151 is calling Unibet bidon. Pierre Baguette, Peter Sagan is calling, Pierre Baguette, Sagan is calling. That is 1 minute and 14 seconds. 1:14. Sagan, bidon. Pierre Baguette. One minute and 22 seconds, 1:22. result of the first sprint, the first is 45, the second 65, the third 72. Riding 57 kilometers, 7 riders in breakaway, Peloton at 1 minute and 22 seconds. The 7 breakaway riders are the following: start left turn, start left turn. The 7 breakaway riders are the following: rider 12 from Ineos, rider 45 from Team DSM, rider 65 from Bahrain Victorious, rider 72 from Astana, rider 86 from Forti Cometa, rider 114 from Q36.5, and rider 172 from Team MB Habang.
Nee, het is goed. Van de auto's af.
Track, leading track, rider 31 is calling leading track. Cutter, rider 133 is calling out cutter. That is 1 minute and 31 seconds. For the Peloton, Ineos for the Peloton. Ineos in the Peloton rider falling. Is 1 minute and 28 seconds, 1:28. Actual rider is falling. One is calling set. Ineos for the breakaway group. The red jersey is back in the peloton. And the white jersey is back too.
Van gisteren. Jij bent typisch zijn de zoon zeker.
Qualified for the breakaway. Per uno,
Your rider is falling in the peloton, rider 171 in the peloton, and they have Q36.5 in the peloton. Cavendish Astana in the peloton. Cavendish in the peloton Astana.
Menjünk el ebbe.
That is 1 minute and 24 seconds, 1:24. Unibet, bidon, rider 151 is calling. Koratek rider 145 is calling. 145 is calling Koratek. Gap is 1 minute and 26 seconds, 1:26. Porticometer, your rider is calling in the Peloton, rider 81 in the Peloton, Porticometer. Sharp left turn, out of the roundabout, left turn. Gap is 1 minute and 21 seconds, 1:21.
Wat? Nou ja, dat zal wel zijn. Maar het is toch minder vakantie dan daarnet.
Baguette, is on. Here, Baguette is on. Rider 182 is calling. Here, Baguette. Baguette, 118 seconds, 1:18. Left turn from the roundabout. Gap is 1 minute and 19 seconds, 1:19.
Astana for Breakaway Group.
Where number 1 is calling bidon, where bidon for number 1. 1 minute and 15 seconds, 1:15, 1:15. The gap is 1 minute and 14 seconds, 1:14.
Camera.
The gap is 1 minute and 9 seconds, 1:09. rider number 4 is fully wire.
Zakken.
To 75 kilometers, we have a breakaway of 7 riders at 1 minute and 9 seconds. That is 1 minute and 8 seconds, 1:08.
in the bottom left. Dus nog wat uit. Ja, maar ik denk dat hij nu veel beter gaat doen. Hè? Dat hij dat al een paar jaar in de tijd is. Je krijgt geen extra. Krijg je geen rood lampje? Zit je zeker? Dat brandt niet. Zie je dat niet? Dat is gewoon een lamp, zeg ik zo graag. Liefje, ik zie je graag.
The gap is 1 minute and 33 seconds. 1:33. Little track, rider 31 is calling little track.
DSM for the leading group. DSM.
One minute and 47 seconds. 1:47. on the weekend, 41 seconds, 141.
Contact per la fuga.
Gap is 1 minute and 23 seconds. 1, 2, 3. That is 1 minute and 20 seconds. 1, 2, 0.
És így jönnek, kérem szépen a szökevény csoport, Niklas Márkővel az élen, elviszi a helyi hajrászállót, a tudtóisokkal, és mindjárt jön a mezőny egy perccel később. Ugye utolsóként, vagy mivel, mindjárt megmondom nektek, Mörköv szállt ki, a szészból volt az, aki egészen elvitte szinte a 300-as tábláig, Mark Cavendish, illetőleg Mikael Mörkövöt. Aztán itt van Diego Pablo Sevilla is az elmenésben, Matteo Moschetti, egy másik sprinter, és Sergio Meris, ő áll legjobban egyébként az összetetben, 1.59 a hátrája.
That is 1 minute and 28 seconds. 1, 28.
Ők sem fognak kapkodni. Egy perc, 14-5-6-7 másodperc a különbség. Na, adjunk majd nekik is egy kis hangerőt, tudják meg, hogy mi a magyarok istene. Nagy erő, hölgyek, urak! Verjük azt a kávát, fújjuk azt a síkot!
Vertical bizony,
Hajrá, Ádám! Így van, mindenki először az Astana, aztán a Volánból, a Tudor, a Lidőkre, a Mátreinitől, a Q35, aztán az Ineos Opet, a magyar válogatott, a Fierwagen Cycling, a Euromed Country Cycling Team. Hát mindenki. Itt valaki szállni.
Forti per la fuga.
Start of the GTM. The first is rider 45. The second rider 65, and the third rider 172. is 1 minute and 33 seconds.
Done.
Next. Next, bidon. Apronex a 165-ös hív. Apronex. Magyar válogatott Kriszti, Hongrie bidon. Szerbier bidon. Support in the bidon, in the Peloton, 40 km. The gap is 1 minute and 40 seconds, 1:40. Is 1 minute and 37 seconds, 1:37. Jayco, rider 22 is calling Jayco. gap is 1 minute and 38 seconds. Then they have on in the Peloton, Podium.
GSM technical problem.
The average speed of the first 2 hours of the race was 46.75 kilometers per hour.
Team, close the convoy, please. Team, close the convoy behind the breakaway. Thank you.
Ja, rammen me binnen.
Please 1 minute and 28 seconds. Team managers, we kindly remind you that speeding is not allowed from the ground on certain points of the PTM climb. Check out the information in the team manager's WhatsApp group about this, and please respect this request of the organizer. Because of security reasons, the road is narrow, there is no parking zone, and we expect a big crowd in these areas. Thank you for your cooperation. Seven riders in Breakaway, but Breakaway is together. The last gap is 1 minute and 28 seconds.
Astana per la fuga, Astana for the breakaway.
Here 36.5 in the Peloton, we don't. Right turn, attention, stop, right turn. In the middle there is a pavement section, a curb. Take care, take care.
Blijf hier hangen, stoel blijven hangen.
Baguette feeding for the yellow, the green jersey. Forget Baguette feeding for the green jersey. The gap is 1 minute and 12 seconds. 1-1-2. The gap is 1 minute and 4 seconds. 1-0-4.
Dus laat die maar een klein beetje zakken.
That is 1 minute and 14 seconds. 114. The rider is calling. 106 is calling, lots of destiny. The climb, Lilusac, after the climb. There is a right turn, and after that the road is wide enough, Lilusac. There you will pass, you will be able to pass. That is 1 minute and 22. That is 1 minute and 24 seconds. 124.
after yesterday's heroics in the mountains. Another opportunity and a great helping of race action in prospect on the fourth and penultimate stage of the Tour of Hungary. This was stage 3. Yesterday, a slow burner, longest stage of the week, and it built up to a wonderful, stunning crescendo. Screaming their support in the early moments, the early break indeed. Contesting the first King of the Mountains assault. Steve de Weert getting some important points that would help him to copper fasten his position ahead of the battle for the red jersey. Battle for the yellow jersey, though, was fought throughout the day and ultimately came down to the overhauling of Emmanuel Buchmann within the final 50 metres. Thibonnet scored a stunning success. Diego Lisi getting up for second. Hanging the bars in frustration, third across the line, Emmanuel Buchmann after his long-range attack. But what about that for a piece of timing and a piece of stunning climbing from a rider who is a cyclocross specialist and is finding his feet in the pro peloton as a road racer. Already, of course, the stage winner in the Tour of Romandy, and now stage victor and the overall race leader heading into the penultimate day of the Tour of Hungary. Narrow advantage for Nace as he bids to become the first Belgian to win this bike race. Weather's stunning today. We've reached the weekend. We've reached the nation's capital. We're heading out of Budapest with mid-20s. Very, very pleasant conditions. Not much in the way of wind, or a breath of wind indeed. We're at the finish line in Etiek waiting the arrival of the riders. And we're heading out of absolutely remarkable location that is Budapest. 1.8 million people call this home. 3.3 million in the wider metro region, and about a third of the population of Hungary based in this stunning former seat of an empire. And this is what the riders have in prospect today. 166 kilometers in total, and just over 1,400 meters of climbing. Sort of a long little tour out of the city before they begin the race proper. And then a series of circuits, one long loop, including the first sprint of the day, on relatively flat roads, and then we get into the choppy stuff. Got a nice little 1.5 kilometer climb at the finish line. We've got 2 full laps, 3 times up the Etiek little gripper. It could be quite a testing and demanding scenario for Thibonnet in his bid to hang on to his narrow 4-second advantage on January past.
The result of
here's where we're heading. It's into wine country.
A rider
New sparkling wine around here. Hungarian champagne.
Second, 86, and the third rider 114.
That's Etiek, and this is Budapest earlier on today. Recorded images of the start of what was a fairly hectic beginning to the day, I can tell you. GC firmly established, and it took a long time for a breakaway to establish itself. Everyone had a look at the profile and fancied getting in this one today. The goats out, and the goat, as the yellow jersey goat was nicknamed. Showing a little bit of studied indifference to the fact that a 7-rider group eventually managed to winch itself clear. The first hour covered a total of 50.1 kilometers. That'll give you an idea of just how fast it was. Eventually 7 riders made their way clear. They've been through and past the finish line already just within the last 15-20 minutes or so. Heading back out on the loop. So they will do a total of 2 times. Here is your breakaway group that includes the Serbian national road race champion Dusan Rajevic, Bahrain victorious rider, 26 years of age, has gone raiding today in the company. And anyone who is in this break today, I'll tell you what, they should give them out medals, because that was a race in itself. It wasn't just luck of timing, it was also no little skill and physical prowess, because just about everyone had a crack, and it took ages, and it was really entertaining stuff. It was the race before the race, and really very, very kept me amused, that's for sure. And indeed plenty of fans here at the finish line who have the big screen and DJs and all sorts of other diversions and entertainments. More prosaic work being presented to us by Jacopo Mosco, the Lidl Trek domestique, doing what he does best. On behalf of the overall race leader, Thibonnet, Lidl Trek have the leader's jersey. He's going to be able to hang on to it today. Could be a stage for Diego Lisi, just missing out yesterday, proving to be the stronger of the two UAE Team Emirates favourites. And they're handily placed. They've got Mark Hirschi, the reigning champion, 8th overall at 27 seconds. Also got Arietta. He got Arietta 18th overall, inside a minute down, but it is Diego Lisi who's the leading UAE Team Emirates rider at a remove of just 4 seconds on general classification. Picking up on some of the events that have taken place out the road today. Dusan Rajovic winning the second sprint of the day. Surprisingly, actually, although Nicholas Merkel might have been involved in that one. Of course, Merkel has taken the first 2 climbs of the day to force himself potentially into contention in the King of the Mountains. More climbs again tomorrow, second category climbs at that. So plenty of points still on offer, and back in the main peloton. Well, Siva de Weert managed to take some points at the first climb of the day before the early break was established. So he's got a handy advantage and will certainly be leading the competition into the final day. But red jersey, scrap still up for grabs. The intermediate sprints of relatively minor consequence, really. One of these riders is a huge threat on overall general classification. Thibaut Nace will be entirely satisfied with the composition of that early break. The leading Trek squad watched with... They've been quite clever, actually. They weren't too involved in the scrap for the early break, and a lot of the closing down and covering was done by other teams, so not too much resource invested in defending, and not too many GC favourites involved in the bump fight to get into that early break. So that all kind of worked out for Thibaut Nace and friends.
Gap is 124. I'm sorry, the gap is 1 minute and 24. 1 minute and 24.
Just to let you know, first place rider in the move up front is Sergio Meris. He's also the youngest rider from the Team NBH Bank Kolpak Balan squad. Division 3 outfit. And just looking at the composition of that breakaway, by the way, we've got Ineos Grenadiers rider DSM Firmenich Post-Danel, Bahrain Victorious, Astana, Kazakhstan, Team Poti Kometa Q36.5, and that Team NBH Bank Kolpak rider. That tells you what a scrap it was, actually, because plenty of World Tour teams and plenty of serious strength involved in the fight for the breakaway today. Rajovic has been in the wars already this week, as you can see. He's got the netting on his arm from that crash on day 2. I can tell you also 117 riders that completed yesterday's stage reporting for duty today, and no non-finishers yesterday or non-starters. So we've lost a couple of riders in the first couple of days, and after that it's been relatively plain sailing for the riders, and touch wood, and we wish them well through the final 50 kilometres of racing. It's been we're ahead of the fastest schedule, I can tell you, today, and it's only set to get faster through to the conclusion. But worth watching just how this one develops, because I think it's going to be a super entertaining finale to the day. And of course, coming into today's, or at least coming into this week's race, Thibaut Nace and team were focused and absolutely 100% targeting this stage. They thought that 1.5 kilometre ramp up to the finish line would really suit the particular physical characteristics of Thibaut Nace. Well, he proved to be equal to the challenge of riding up an 11-kilometre climb yesterday, has the overall race lead, so now he's in defensive mode, but he's still, I think, be one of the favourites perhaps to secure the victory today, with it a couple of fastness situation, the fight for the yellow jersey. The red jersey, as you can see, safely on the shoulders of young Siva de Weert. Belgium holding 2 jerseys. And de Weert is sitting pretty, added to his total today. I don't think he'll be too concerned about the riders going up front. This Merkel, though, has taken 2 of the climbs. If he takes the 3rd one, he'll be on 15 points. And by my calculations, within 6 points of the lead of that competition, so he'll sort of move himself into contention. The other jerseys are safely on the shoulders of, well, the white jersey, as you can see there, it's Marton Zina, the Hungarian star. He's won 3 of them in the past. He's now into a fairly comfortable advantage in that race for the best Hungarian rider, white jersey competition. And the gap has never been particularly big, by the way. It hasn't even reached 2 minutes, I don't think. The maximum advantage for these riders has sort of hovered around the sort of 1.5 to 1 3/4 minute mark. It's been a really, really tight leash, and I think that's just these riders and teams being mindful of the fact that it's a really strong quality break. It's got 7 riders in there, 7 strong teams represented up front. Naturally enough, won't be chasing. Just give me the composition of the break. I don't think I've told you exactly who's in there. We have seen the riders scrolling through, but Salvatore Puccio, the 34-year-old Italian domestic with the Ineos Grenadiers squad, has riders down in the centre of shot there. DSM affected there. It's a painful little one, and it's been a busy week really for Robbie Daunt, but he's up and back in. Get himself sorted out, so no major damage there, I think, and hopefully you can get the chain back on pretty quick. Let's get a look at this. And so Crumbs, a little bit of dive bombing in the centre of shot. Didn't quite 100% see it myself, actually. I just looked down, so that one will be debated, but needless to say, he's back on his feet, back on his wheels. And back on the front is a man who tried his level best to make it into the break today. And it didn't work out for Martin Walter, but not for the want of trying. He must have attacked about 112 times. And he's now on the front, chasing, harrying down this 7-rider move. And it's coming down to around about the minute mark. Nice little artsy shot of the head of the race from our moto crew.
Team cars behind the main group, please close the convoy, please close the convoy.
The racer are actually from Belgium, so they'll be no doubt pretty content and satisfied with the situation in terms of general classification. T-Bone Ace, one of the big emerging heroes of Belgian cycling, and they've never won this race. Indeed, only one Belgian rider has ever been on the podium in the 45 edition history of this event, stretching back to 1925. Kind of a remarkable statistic, really, that given the strength in general of Belgian cycling over the years. Ben Hermans was second in this event back in 21. T-Bone Ace aiming to go one better. Jacopo Mosca will do what he can to assist him in that particular endeavour. Mosca might not necessarily be that be minded to close this one down too soon. I love the way Walter is just smiling non-stop, isn't he? I mean, that is a smile, by the way, it's not a grimace. He's just loving it. He was riding along, chatting to everyone in the rollout this morning. Soaking up the experience. The yellow jersey holder yesterday, today in yellow, and has just about hung on to the lead of the points competition by the narrowest of margins based on the countback of finishing results.
57, 5
so that competition is also going to be hotly contested over the next couple of days. It'll be interesting to see how it all falls.
Team cars behind the breakaway, now is the time to feed the riders if you want, and then stop on the right-hand side or go in the
Walter through those early attacks earlier on today. Penalver's teammate from Team Polti Cometa has gone in the break, managed to make it in. Diego Sevilla, 28-year-old Spaniard. Other riders, we mentioned them all. Puccio, Niklas Merkel, we've already mentioned the DSM Firmenich post-NL squad. Third in line here. One of the first to kick it off, actually. Dusan Rajvic for Bahrain victorious, as we mentioned. Case Ball was the last man to the party. Jogged across a gap quite impressively, actually, the Astana Kazakhstan fast man. Diego Sevilla, as we mentioned, Team Polti Cometa. And Matteo Moschetti, who's won stage in the Tour of Hungary in the past, is in the break today. Keeping the Peloton Pro cycling team, and Sergio Neres, Team NBH Bank Kolpak Balan squad member, 23-year-old Italian youngest rider, a fairly quality and very experienced breakaway group.
Magyar válogatott, Hungary, Bizon.
Down inside a minute. They're pressing on. Next important moment comes with just inside 40 kilometers of the day remaining. And we will be back at the finish line for our penultimate appearance at the Etiek Korda studio.
Magyar válogatott Filipesnek hátsó defektje van. Hungary, rare wheel for Filipes Victor.
The TTT Unibet squad have been detailed to come and assist with the pacemaking and the chasing today. Not sure what that's about. They also put multiple riders into a sustained effort to try and infiltrate the early break. Didn't work out for them, so maybe it's a revised thinking. They have got Lander Lokes, who's their best placed rider, 16th overall at 51 seconds, and they're not involved in the GC hunt, but they may think that the finish today is one that will suit Nicholas Pedersen, a useful fourth place finisher for their fast man. It's not a sprinter's finish, but it is kind of the finish, the sort of finish that some sprinters can get up. In his pump, Peter Sagan might have been able to handle the 1.5 kilometer finishing ramp. It's one certainly that will suit the likes of Diego Alisi, and of course, as we've already mentioned, it's one for Tibor Nase. So it's going to be a really fascinating battle, I think, on that final hill, and fascinating to see whether either or both of those riders are in contention for stage honours, and then by way of extension, whether there might be an upset on general classification. Quite literally, were Diego Alisi to win the stage and Tibor Nase was to be second, they'd be level on time. It would go down to a sort of an accumulation of their finishing positions to this point in the race. And in that scenario, by my reckoning, Diego Alisi would be into the race. Just totting up their finishing position so far. Diego Alisi is 37, 29 in second. His finishing positions, Tibor Nase 60th, 47th on yesterday's first place finish. It's incredibly speculative, but stranger things have happened. You could imagine a scenario where Alisi got the win, Tibor Nase was second, and then it would be level on time, and it would go down to a countback of their finishing positions to this point. The lowest number would win. Anyway, a lot of kilometers yet to be accumulated, an awful lot of stress as well, and fatigue will be accumulated too by the time they make that finish line in Etiek today. Oscar with the grateful assistance of the Pierre Baguette squad. Want to put riders on the front. Spent a lot of yesterday chasing on behalf of their race leader at that time, Martin Volter. What was understanding, of course, that he was going to backwards. This is a slightly different scenario. They may fancy towing this one back and trying to see Ken Volter score at the final sprint, but I think that would be an unusual situation, really, because Volter is not, despite the fact that he's in a bid for the points competition, he's not really a sprinter of the same caliber as his closest rival in the battle for the points competition. Manuel Peñalver is a quality sprinter. And so I think he'd be quite vulnerable, actually, in that situation. So I'm not so sure it really would suit them to tow this one back. Might be better to see the points go up the road. Having said that, Peñalver himself could well be a contender for stage honours today. I wonder how his climbing sprinting is like, if that's the right term. 40k to go. Now we're approaching the finish line. Second appearance of the riders, and as you can see, the crowd is it's quite large in number, and lots of bike fans. Just chatting actually with one of the Dutch facilities guys here about just how many cyclists you see out in the road. And Hungary really seems to have embraced the bike in recent years. Maybe that's just has had a culture of cycling over the years, or maybe it's as a result of the international successes of the likes of Breakaway and of course Attila Valter, who won this race a few years ago. But either way, it does seem to be a cycling nation. Roads are good, scenery is excellent, and they have an absolutely fabulous bike track that the riders road over, and
Start
indeed
right
they had
turn, attention, the
sprinter.
gap is 55 seconds, 55.
Actually, it was the first climb of the day, but regardless, they went on this beautiful ribbon of tarmac that has been laid out, over 100 kilometers of it. A huge expense, and it's a wonderful playground, really, for the denizens of Budapest, in what is the most visited rural tourist location in Turkey, in Hungary, around here. And that's as a result, no doubt, of its
Rider 43,
contributing factors, the
back
fact
in the
that it's
Peloton
such close proximity to the nation's capital. Now, Dont has made his way back in, so no stress and no worry. He'll be delighted with that. He'll be delighted too if his teammate Merkel can manage to take the top points here and make it a full house for the day. And the public address announcer here at the finish line is whipping up the enthusiasm of the crowd. They don't need much encouragement. And out they're cycling, and they love this event. Merkel is setting testing tempo here, stringing them out nicely. 25-year-old German rider who's in his 4th season with the DSM squad, yet to score a professional victory. 12th place this year in the Grand Prix Crillon, which isn't necessarily the biggest result in the world, but it's a signal of decent form. Just drops to the back, but feel confident he'll make an appearance on the front anytime soon. Sergio Meres makes way for the Ponte Cometa rider Diego Sevilla. They get the bell. Taken to the line. Merkel's not interested in this one. He's clearly not going for that King of the Mountains. Somebody who was a great relief to Devert, who's not that far behind in the main peloton. They're well inside the final 500 meters as well. Let's get a real-time stopwatch indication of the gap. It's a grippy little climb, 8% at its maximum, an average of 6%. So steady but grippy, challenging. Timing's going to be huge. One of those ones that some of the sprinters, if not all, indeed relatively few of them will like it. Walter has the great man Peter Sagan, 3 times world champion, who had a puncture earlier on today, was back in the bunch really quickly and impressively too, given that the race was very much on for the early break at that point. So more than a minute advantage for your 7 breakaway riders as they head out on the final loop. Take them round. 39.2 kilometers in total to be negotiated for the riders. Now that's a bell. That's a proper bell. Doing his thing. On the front of the peloton, the experienced Italian professional who's been around a while now. He's 30 years of age. Been with this lineup since 2019. And that was his move up into the World Tour. He's a one-team man at the top level. Actually, he did do a couple of seasons before that, a year at Continental. Before that, he had a couple of seasons with the William Trestina squad. But then by degrees, having stagiaired with Trek Segafredo, moved into the World Tour with Trek Segafredo back in 2019. And stayed there with them ever since, as they've morphed into, by degrees, the Lidl Trek squad. There's confirmation that Diego Sevilla led the breakaway through on the penultimate lap and the final categorized climb of the day.
The result of the third GPM, the first is rider 86, the second rider number 12, 1 stone, and the third rider 65, 65. The gap is 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Cruising down the descent here, and the Breakaway group managing its advantage, cognizant of the fact that they were never going to be given a big lead. Really, it's the modern way. Big Case Ball, one of two decent sprinters in this group. His teammate Mark Cavendish just poking his nose out. The Astana squad staying close to the front. The leaders on the front, including representatives of TDT Unibet, the Pierre Baguette squad, and as you can see, the Lidl track team. Astana staying close, but obviously not contributing a big man up front. Clearly have designs on a decent result today. Ambition. Is it the kind of 1.5 kilometre gripper that Mark Cavendish could get up? To be honest, I would be amazed, very impressed. I wouldn't be betting on it. Merkel doing a lot of work in this group. Staying in contention, 27-year-old Italian. Winner of the stage back in 2018 in this race, and looking for another breakthrough success. Case Ball, what an acquisition he's been. Very impressive sprinter in his own right, who was acquired by the Astana squad as a Class A lead-out man for Mark Cavendish, and he has put a really impressive squad together, including Michael Murkel. And of course, Gleb Saritsa did a lot of great work and on the front today as well. And he was instrumental, really, in helping Mark Cavendish to that victory on stage 2. Polti Kometa looking for that stage success. They got a nice third place on day 2. For the moment, it looks as if Ion Aberasturi might be able to challenge Mark Cavendish for that victory. Nonetheless, 2 top 10 finishes for Aberasturi, 7 and 3rd place finishes. And the Polti Kometa squad looking pretty good. Their best placed rider is Mikel Bizcara, 11th overall. And Moschetti, Q36.5 squads, thinking about their top 10 position with Damien Housen.
The last gap is 1 minute and 9 seconds, 1:09.
Leading in the break today, no surprise. We'll see what happens tomorrow as well. Tomorrow's going to be an interesting stage. The final day of the short week, 5 stages in this event. Tomorrow's 173-kilometre thrash includes 2,341 metres of climbing, so more than today. It also includes 2 Category 2 climbs in the finishing town of Page. It's a race that has a finishing circuit, and it makes it makes it logistically a little bit more challenging in some ways, but less challenging in others, in that it condenses the route into a sort of more confined piece of geography. But anyway, twice up that climb in Page, and then most of the climb will be used again to through to the finish line. And before that, there's a pretty demanding climb that isn't actually categorized, but could have an effect. So it's going to be a busy finale tomorrow. It's pretty flat for the first half, and then gets steadily more challenging into the finale. And again, that's a potential banana skin, and it's going to be an interesting appointment for those GC contenders, and it'll be
Care
fascinating
baguette,
to see
leading for the yellow jersey, care baguette.
yellow
Sorry,
jersey,
leading
whether
for
it's
the
Thibaut
green
Nace,
jersey, care baguette,
or
leading for
whoever it
the
turns
green
out to be,
jersey.
can handle that. A fabulous image, isn't it? To see that fast-moving peloton of 110 riders. I think pretty much everyone's in the peloton at the moment, and 7 up front, of course, makes 117.
Is 1 minute and 3 seconds, 1:03.
We've had a stage finish in Etiek in the last couple of years. Or at least it's been used, the time in Etiek has been used, not necessarily as the finishing time, but at some stage in some way along the road. Popular destination. It's wine country, as I mentioned. We're surrounded by vineyards here. It's certainly known for, as I mentioned earlier, it's champagne and a general wine production, but the grapes for white wine around here make for excellent sparkling wine. Viticulture in the area dates back to the Romans, but the current winemaking tradition really began in the early 1700s. Gaps coming down, inside a minute, once more, following that climb and the descent. Probably made up more time on the climb and lost a bit on the descent, which is often the opposite of what happens in a breakaway. But in this instance, I think it's an indicator that the hammer hasn't quite gone down in that peloton behind. What's going to happen? 30k to go. Is everybody going to wind up for the final climb? You would imagine that everyone is going to try and get themselves organised into that final run. They've checked the profile. There are no seriously demanding drags. There's a few ups and downs, but nothing particularly demanding until you get to that final 1,500 meters. So it's the obvious destination point. Not sure there are any potential ambush points between now and then, but you'd never know. 30k to go on the 4th and penultimate stage of the Tour of Hungary. 7 riders clear, having fought long and hard to make it into the break. Their maximum lead hasn't even been 2 minutes, and well, it's down to 45 seconds. Critical juncture really for those 7 riders up front. Very strong indeed. A strong response from the peloton, including sustained and combined chase from Lidl Trek, TDT Unibet, and the Pierre Baguette squads.
To go. Rider 44 is calling, DSM Rider 44 is calling in the peloton.
Merkel rolls through. Quite as Bash in Germany. southwest of the country. On the Youngster Coast Challenge in 2019 as a development rider, has yet to score a victory as a professional.
The manager is maintaining the
Puccio, 24 years of age, the oldest rider in the break. Potentially the best known, or Caseball, of course, is very well known as a very successful sprinter. Puccio has been a really popular addition to the Peloton for many a long year. And that means Leapman's had a go getting into the break as well. He'd be content and satisfied that DSM are represented, so he's on bottle duty, the Latvian national road race champion. He's penalised for his role in that finishing crash on day one. Finish line complication led to several riders going down, a couple of riders departing the race. Leapman's looking to reset. He managed 10th over the line on day two, but obviously doesn't much fancy getting up that hill.
40 seconds, 4-0.
And you wonder whether, with the advantage down to 35 seconds, Walter at the back in the company of De Vert, two jersey holders. De Vert will certainly have red again tomorrow. Will Walter still be in green?
There's a sharp right turn with the curb in the middle. Attention.
Impressive little folly, is it? Or was that? Yeah, it was good at one stage. The Arboretum Aksut, 40-hectare nature reserve. It's one of the country's most original, oldest English park-style gardens. Half a minute. Something got to give here. But these seven are going to be retained, or we're going to start seeing some attacking. Tesfassian is going on the front for the Lidl Trek squad. Fascinating to see how things work out when we come to that final hill, because as I mentioned earlier, the U18 members squad have various different options in terms of trying to draw the sting from Thibaut Nace and friends. Mark Hirschi, handily placed in the top 10, will, I suspect, be deployed in some way, shape, manner or form to try and soften up the defence, and then maybe Diego Alisi might be able to deliver the winning punch. Matthias Vacek has been so impressive. Watch out for the Czech national road race champion. Vacek did a ton of work yesterday on behalf of Thibaut Nace. And he too is also handily placed along general classification, and 13th overall, 41 seconds back. He's not much further than Mark Hirschi, so he's going to be a useful foil, and I think usefully deployed. There you have number 35, just in that Czech national champions jersey, just one in front of the yellow jersey, Thibaut Nace. Nace riding alongside Sam Welsford, both of them stage winners this week. TDT Unibet squad doing a great job. Much to the delight and gratitude, I suspect, of the Lidl Trek team. Who else is handling places? Just take you through the top 10 on general classification, just to give you a sense of what it looks like. The top 10 riders covered by a total of 36 seconds. T-Bone Ace, the overall race leader, by 4 seconds from Diego Alisi, and Emmanuel Buchmann, his third place across the line. So near, and yet it's not quite there for the Bora Hansgrohe. So yesterday he's 6 seconds back. Then Yanni Voissart, looking to repeat the heroics, stage-winning heroics from last year, the Judo Pro Cycling man. Sits fourth overall, about 14 seconds. Wag Pulls from Bahrain victorious. They have a man in the break, and they were sort of ever present at the front in the early skirmishing. They feel pretty ambitious about how they're going to play this one. Watch out for Wag Pulls as well. It certainly is a finish that puts you at the beanpole Dutchman. Han van Hoeke as well, the Lotto Destiny rider. Timing well yesterday, 6th overall. He stuck at it, wasn't he? He's kind of marked absent from the early exchanges on the mountain, but he timed his run nicely. Ultimately coming up with a 6th place finish for the Lotto Destiny squad. Useful points for them. And Callum Scottson is 7th overall, level on time with Van Hoeke. Oscar Rodriguez from the Ineos Grenadiers squad, 2nd place man a couple of years ago overall in this race, currently sits 9th. And the aforementioned Damien Howson from the Q36.5 squad. The outer reaches of the top 10, he's 36 seconds, 37 seconds step back. No, 36 seconds. Everything counts in large amounts when there's just a handful of seconds between the riders.
Speed of the 3 hours of racing is 46.37 kilometers per hour.
So we're ahead of the fastest schedule anticipated by the organisers. We're 46.7 kilometres an hour average speed for 3 hours of racing. Pretty busy, to say the least. Diego Alisi at the back of the line for the UAE Team Emirates squad, just in front of the remaining riders from the Lidl Trek team, protecting the overall race leader. Relatively uncharted territory, leading the race overall, although it is worth reminding we did take the overall victory in the Flèche du Sud in France a couple of years ago. Again, equally a 5-stage event in France. Against some of the strongest up-and-coming riders of their generation. Similar kind of profiles as well. No long mountain finish on that particular stage race, but lots of lumps and bumps, similar in characteristic to the stage that's presented to the riders today. That's got to give T-Bone Ace quite a lot of confidence. He is a confident young man, wanted nothing but to be a bike racer when he was growing up, and while coming from his family, it's hardly to be a surprising thought. Well, it's not always the case that sons want to follow their fathers, is it? But Van Ace is a huge, huge name in Belgian cyclocross history, and his son following in his wheel tracks, and himself a very, very accomplished competitor at youth and under 23 level on the cyclocross bikes. Now developing as a world-class road racer. Serbian national road race champion on the front, the 26-year-old. A couple of stage wins in the Tour of Qinghai Lake a few years ago for Dusan Rajovic. 3 national time trial titles and no less than 5 national road race titles to his name, including each of the last 3 years. He's out on the road every day. He's one of the more unusual ones. Pretty warm, I would have thought, to be wearing that costume. Coming down to the final 20 kilometres of the fourth stage of the Tour of Hungary, and they can almost reach out and touch them. The Peloton within grasping distance of that 7-rider breakaway that took around about an hour to establish itself. Frenetic fight for the early move. With some very strong riders in there now. It's not being given much of an advantage. Have they retained much strength for the fight at the back end of the day? And the final finishing loop that's going to take us back through to the finish line for the third and final time into Etiek. When it's anticipated we're going to have a titanic scrap up that final 1,500-metre ramp as Diego Alisi aims to unseat the overall race leader Thibaut Nace. And let's not rule out Emmanuel Buchmann either. It was a sustained push yesterday. I wonder, will he tweak the tactics a little bit? Will he fine-tune it? Or is his only way to play it to go early and try and draw the sting from the fast finishers? But oh so close yesterday. It was but for the fact that Nace was capable of investing so much and going as deep as he did, Buchmann would have been celebrating both stage and overall lead. He's still there as well, within 6 seconds.
Yep, it's 49 seconds.
Down the friendly end of the peloton. Need some very interesting characters. Peter Sagan back in the fold this week. Enjoying a little hit out on the road race bike.
Okay, to go. Right third.
Taking their time by closing it down. If anything, they've gained a little bit. So Moschetti's putting his shoulder to the wheel. That'll give them a little bit of extra encouragement. Plenty of encouragement coming from the cars from the side of the road as well. The publicity caravan has arrived at the finish line. It's a sort of a mini pared down Tour de France style. Very popular with the fans this week. Plenty of distribution of the goodies and almost but not quite entirely worthless cash, which is battled and fought over. K to go, and it's getting kind of busy there, isn't it? Starting to stretch thin. The teams starting to assemble in colour order. And the two riders from the Lidl Trek squad with the assistance of the TTT Unibet squad. Jeez, Hyatt it is that's assisting for TTT Unibet, and Tess Fatsian is helping Giacomo Mosca as well for the Lidl track squad. Meanwhile, Filutash, the local man. It's a rare thing that there's no Hungarian representation in the early break of the day. The early break wasn't so early. Filutash is a well-known character in Hungarian cycling. He's a multinational road race champion, maybe if not at the moment, currently.
53 seconds, 53.53.
Needless to say, the race organisers are going around the bunch trying to pick out the leading Hungarian riders, but we're starting to build up now for a busy conclusion to the day, and the pace is starting to go on. The riders hunching lower over the bars, looking for that little bit of aerodynamic assistance to maintain the pace, is increasingly requiring a greater demand of watts and power, physical endurance and strength, and all the things it requires here to turn the pedals and keep turning them. It looks so smooth and graceful, doesn't it? And yet, there's no into physical torture about it. Merkel has never once shirked. Has looked really good. When this break finally did kick off, it was aided in no small measure by the fact that there was a little bit of a ramp up, a drag up onto that bike track, and that forced a split, quite a decent split in the peloton, quite a large split. A lot of riders caught behind, and then eventually that was they put that back together again, but not before Merkel and friends decided to take their leave of that group, and they were eventually given that opportunity to do it, and they've grabbed the chance with both hands. 16k left for Moschetti and friends. It's going to be tough. Diego Sevilla hits the front. 28-year-old Spaniard, 4th overall in the International Tour of Roads in Greece a few years ago. The standout performance for him. For Salvatore Puccio, as I said, to my knowledge, he has never won a pro bike race, but he finished second on a stage of the Vuelta a España some years ago now. 2015, actually, 9 years ago. It could have been that long. Also got second on a stage of the Giro in 2020. Since he came up into the pro ranks, there's a decent number of seconds and thirds, although the most recent of those, as I said, was in 2020, so he's got some of the troubles to scores on a regular basis. He's the sort of rider who's often on the front of the bunch, chasing down the break. Today he's on the other end of that. Fetching castle, isn't it?
The gap is 48 seconds. The result of the sprint, the first is rider 86, the second rider 12.12, and the third rider 172.172.
Inside 50 kilometres remaining, Moschetti knows that if they're to have any chance of challenging for glory today, they can hold nothing back. There can be no saving it for the final 1,500-metre ramp. They need as much time as they can possibly get arriving at that ramp, and probably more than 37 seconds. You would imagine they're going to need a minimum of 40 or 50 seconds, and possibly more, even though it is such a short ramp. The main peloton are going to hit it at an incredible rate, with momentum that will carry them up the much of that of the start of the climb. Mind you, they have to quite a bend into it, which doesn't help, I suppose, in terms of maintaining momentum. But nonetheless, there are riders in that group at the moment who are saving energy by riding in the wheels. They've kept their powder dry all day. Difficult to keep powder dry in weather like this, by the way. It's absolutely gorgeous. That's very pleasant vista, isn't it? Riding through wine country, within touching distance of Budapest. Quite a nice playground on the outskirts of the nation's capital. Small matter of the final sprint of the day, barely noticed it. The riders in the breakaway not concerned about it either. First man across the line, Diego Sevilla, taking the 3 bonus seconds and also the 5 points towards the intermediate sprints competition.
31 seconds.
Skelly's urgent, busy style. Won the Clásica de Almeida last year, but hasn't managed a victory so far this year. He's got second in the same race, actually, earlier on this year, and then finished 5th on day 2 here in Hungary. 8th in Scheldeprijs against a really top quality sprinting field indicates decent form. Just looking to put it all together to convert into victory. Down to a smidgen under half a minute. Signal's not so good. Pace starting to ramp up in that main peloton as we approach the 10 to go marker. That won't be helping them. Wide open boulevard. A long, straight, wide road between the main peloton and the breakaway group, and
Gap is 33 seconds. 33.
Leaders won't need to hear much, or see the leading riders in the peloton won't need to hear much in their ears about the time gap. They can see it and eyeball it and judge it for themselves. This is where the hammer's going to go down in this breakaway a little bit. You know, they're going to be absolutely desperate to make sure they make it to that final couple of kilometres in front with as much of an advantage as they possibly can. Now we're starting to see 1 or 2 teams invest in this one. The Corotec Vinny Fantini squad putting a rider in there. They did an awful lot of work to try and make it into the break of the day. It didn't work out for them. Who they've got for the fight today. Sparagli went up front in the break earlier yesterday, didn't they? And Jakub Mareczko 3rd on day 1. Bonifazio as well was another rider who fancied getting in the break. Didn't quite happen for him in the end. They've got Gonzalez and also Etienne Van Empel could be interesting for that one. And Renzo Quartucci.
34 seconds, 34.
No huge stress for Thibaut Race at the moment. It's not a huge peloton, so we're looking at about halfway down and maybe closer to the back, but it ought not be that difficult for Thibaut Race to move up if and when. And it's more when the team decide that it's the opportune moment. Volta moving up his riders. Very much on domestic duty now, the young Czech rider. And Andrei Liske getting a couple of top 10s already this week. So here we get a cycling team who've given a great account of themselves, not just getting that high-profile day in the sun yesterday with the leadership of the race overall, and Volta also leading the points category, but Liske's 8th and 5th place performances on the first 2 sprints, first 2 days of sprinting, suggesting that he's also a rider in some pretty great form. Jakob Riemann and Tomasz Kaloyiros also pretty strong in those sprints on the first couple of days. Inside 10 to go. heading towards the conclusion of this fourth and penultimate stage of the Tour of Hungary. 167 kilometers in total. We have 157 to this point completed, and the early break are going to be retained on the way to the final hill. Look at that for a bit of pace. Over 60 kilometers an hour as we wind our way into this bend. So these riders look as if they're starting to wilt a little bit, but don't let that kid you. They're absolutely fine. Now the teams are starting to move up and around, and all around the outside. Seeing the DSM squad trying to place their riders, but also the U18 members squad en masse at the front. Diego Elisi thereabouts. Their go-to man, second overall. That's the corner last lap round that Robbie Daunt from the DSM squad had his little mishap. Arietta and Covey setting up in front of the U18 Emirates chain. They've also got Alvaro Hodge and of course Mark Hirschi to assist Diego Elisi in the final push for Hongrie. 8k to go. They're not much thinking about the leaders up front. They're still thereabouts, but you'd imagine that is a distance that will be overhauled. Arietta pushing hard on the pedals, with Covey and Hodge just in line astern, then Hirschi, and then the final man is Diego Elisi. Arancini in there as well somewhere. So no doubt about the fact that it's Elisi behind Mark Hirschi at the moment. So the riders at the tidy up zone, divesting themselves of their gel wrappers and other detritus. Do you prefer detritus? Private pronunciation is acceptable. Toiling in the sunshine, Charles Page down the back. TDT Unibet squad represented in front and back of the main peloton. And the catch is imminent at this point and will surely be made, if not before the start of the final climb, I think it probably will be. It'll only be seconds after they arrive onto that final 1500 meter ramp. Will we see a late attack from the breakaway group? Are they going to ride as a combine all the way to the moment at which they close down? Fascinating to see whether anyone just says, you know what, I think I'm stronger than the rest of you guys. Merkel on the front has certainly not been found wanting. He's been very, very aggressive. And looking very strong today. Case Paul working hard. Moschetti too. In the wake of the German rider, a little flick of the elbow, and Case Paul comes straight through without a moment's hesitation. As if to say, that all you got. Fast-moving peloton with the Bora Hansgrohe squad now starting to show some interest in taking control here. Manuel Buchmann, remember, third place overall. And you've got resource such like Sam Welsford. To help with the pacemaking into the final run to the line. Buchmann, just as you can see, second or third in line there at the front of the main peloton. Just dangling there, aren't they?
A lot of yellow flags indicating the...
Feels as if the catch is in them, but I have a funny feeling the bunch would actually like to catch them before they get to that hill, but nobody wants to invest. Everyone just holding back ever so slightly. So good news for the break, and at least holding on until that point that they reach that final ramp.
11 seconds. Rider 134 is back in the peloton after the bike change. 5K to go.
Well, Pucci's going to have to wait a bit longer for that maiden victory. You feel Rivets as well looks over his shoulder and gets that sinking feeling. Inside 5 kilometers remaining. Took him so long to get clear of the peloton and such a sustained fight. Plenty of riders, I think, were only too delighted when it finally went. Very stressful and painful first hour of racing. Very entertaining it was too.
Rider 175.
So, one or two issues out the road, or further back. Valente, fast finisher, second on day one. He's back on his race bike, so I wonder how he ended up out there. I suspect he may have been off his bike there, just dumped off to the side. And Samuel Quaranta quickly back up and back on, but unlikely to play a role in the finale of this race. Well, they're all kind of sitting up. I think an attack is coming, is imminent.
Okay, to go.
Down the descent, the gradient starts to grip ever so slightly. Riders pile into those in front, and the pack condenses. And it's Merkel that's going to start it all off. I'm not entirely surprised by that. He's been really impressive. Seemed to be the strongest, and I figured someone would want to at least be the last man standing. Rivets is not willing to resist just yet and look pretty good in closing that one down. Moschetti too. And all 7 riders still involved, and that little injection of pace will have helped them retain, maybe even expand their advantage by a second or two, but they need to keep riding and not look around themselves at this point. Riders in this group, especially the World Tour riders, are probably thinking about where their favoured sons are, where their favoured the team leaders are, and just how they might be able to assist their team leader when the catch is made. They're no longer thinking about their own interests in trying to take the victory. Apart from Moschetti, perhaps. Matteo Moschetti on the attack. Rivets quickly onto the wheel of the Flying Italian. Merkel with a little job to do to close that one down, but that's effectively achieved. The next stall will have a negative impact on their advantage. Meanwhile, main peloton changes characteristic a little bit as the Lotto Destiny squad want to try and get involved. Guarnieri, I think it is on the front there with the big sprinter Gleb Sorice, setting the tempo for the Astana squad, doing what he does best. How are they going to play it on that final hill? Case ball up front, but for how long? Ball's looking around too. I think he's looking to see, can he assist his team? He's just dropping off the back, or is he just going to stay there momentarily? But Case Ball is going to be there to lend some watts, I suspect. Into the right-hander. Let's get the teammates up and around him. Nicely judged, nicely done. That right-hander takes us into the 2 kilometers to go point. We're building up nicely to a sensational conclusion. It's not going to involve Siebe de Weert. He's got what he needs out of the day, and just to save the energy for the fight to get in the break tomorrow. Meanwhile, Rivets refuses to capitulate just yet. Moschetti pulls out of the line, and the gradient starts to grip, and now we're on this finishing climb. 1,700 meters to go. It's going to be quite the bun fight from here to the finish. What about this for a display of strength and ability from the UAE Team Emirates squad? Everyone looking around. At least he's waiting to fire. He's picking up on the coattails of what the leader is doing. The Lidl Trek squad have riders in abundance. Looks like Covey is just setting challenging tempo, and he pulls away. Arancini, I think it might have been. And now it's left up to the Lidl Trek squad. Thibaut Ney sitting in a handy 3rd place. And he's got his man Vacek to fire for him. Meanwhile, looking with interest to profit from this is Diego Alisi, handily placed. Where's Bookman? A little bit further back in the line, and Mark Hirschi at the bottom of your screen also available, but the gradient is proving challenging and painful for a lot of riders, and it is a really impressive pace being set by the Lidl Treks. As Vacek takes it up now for Thibaut Nace. He's got a long way to go from here. The yellow jersey handily placed. And this is great job being done too by the Astana squad as they've placed Gazzoli into a fine and prime position to see can he come with a famous victory for the Astana team. But Thibaut Nace with Vacek in front, waiting to launch. And where is Diego Alisi? He's picked up onto the wheel of Gazzoli, but is he going to be able to make it across to the yellow jersey of Thibaut Nace? He's just waiting and waiting and waiting. Mark Hirschi moves up on the outside for the U18 Emirates squad. Here comes Hirschi around the outside. I'm not sure that Diego Alisi has it today. Thibaut Nace goes for glory. Hirschi goes to try and stay with him as best he can, but it's going to be victory surely. Look at this for Thibaut Nace, going for a double. 100 metres to go. Hirschi's still in touch, but no, he's starting to lose it. There's only going to be one winner here. It's a double for Lidl Trek. It's a double for Thibaut Nace. Listen to the cheers. Can you hear it? Oh, the Tour of Hongrie. Thibaut Nace floats to glory today. Made it look incredibly easy, and that was a sensational stunning finish. You're waiting and waiting and waiting for the others to fire behind. But he was perfectly presented into that final 100 metres, and he had the strength and the courage to put himself there and to launch to glory. And what about that for a wonderful conversion? He's rubber stamped his situation as the overall race leader, and now he's odds on favourite to take the Tour of Hungary tomorrow afternoon. For now, he can celebrate another wonderful victory, and it is a traditional response to a massive effort. He went deep there. We'll give him a minute to recover. Riders from the Peloton going to be coming up for a while to congratulate the yellow jersey, who's copper fastened his status, who's confirmed that he is the strongest bike rider in the bike race going up a hill. What a fabulous talent. Talent confirmed. Thibaut Nace gets the glory ahead of Mark Hirschi, who has recovered the form that we were expecting from him yesterday, but unfortunately not enough to get on terms. Showing at the same time as Thibaut Nace. Yannick Voissart getting up for third, we understand. Let's get a look at that again. They weren't in the same postcode by the end, were they? And riders tapping it out all the way to the line. Unibet's played a role today. They'll be coming up the hill for a little while, actually. A lot of riders having detached themselves in the final couple of kilometres. But it was a slow burner, wasn't it? Flesh Malone kind of vibe about that stage today, but all came to that crescendo conclusion. And Thibaut Nace, I suspect, is going into the lead of the points competition as well. Devert will hang on to his climbers jersey. The old Belgian from Hungary. Well, what price a treble? Jack Van Mosque did his work today, played his role in securing his second successive victory for the Lidl Trek squad. And it will be fascinating to see who's got the strength and ability to handle it. Tomorrow it's out to 18 seconds, we understand, the advantage. Another 10 seconds of bonuses added to the lead of Thibaut Nace. Started today 4 seconds clear, he got 10, and I think he got 4 seconds between himself and Diego Alisi, who finished the stage. in 8th position. 3 or was it 4 seconds back? That to be confirmed. Lots indeed of the judging to be sorted out. So you can take that 18 seconds with a pinch of salt, but it is absolutely certain that it is an expanded advantage on general classification for Thibaut Nace. And lost for 200 meters to go. Up a hill like this, that's a long, long way. Here she was thereabouts. He was right on his wheel. I thought for a moment that he was just waiting and that he might have it, but then slowly but surely the elastic started to stretch, and ultimately a couple of bike lengths in it. Good return to form for the reigning champion though, and here she's going to move up with that one. Yeah, I think he could move up a couple of spots to 6th overall. Albeit a little bit further from the race lead, but closer to the other riders around him. No time to take it all in just yet. That was a big investment. It was a long, long sprint. Vacek did a super job as well, but dropped him off with 200 to go. Stats telling us that Mark Hirschi now has 15 second places in his career. Fascinating statistic. There's confirmation of the finishing order at the conclusion of stage 4. It's Thibaut Nace, the Ludo Trek squad, that gets the glory once again ahead of the Swiss duo Mark Hirschi and Yannick Fossat. Javier Rodriguez getting up for a fine 4th place. Lionel Lopes, Ham van Hoeke makes it 3 Belgians in the top 6. Van den Broek, Diego Lisi, 8th on the day. Further behind on general classification. Emmanuel Buchmann as well, 3rd overall starting the day, just in the outer reaches of the top 10. Not the finish that really suited the Bora Hansgrohe man. You might be looking forward with greater interest to the final stage and those second category climbs that are going to be fairly demanding. And we're well ahead of the fastest anticipated schedule as we get a look at the Quarter Studios. Lots of huge TV shows and movies made in this part of the world now, aren't there? Hungary is one of the biggest, the most important destination points for major productions in all of Europe. Great job by Vacek and friends. Left it to Thibaut Nace, found the right gear. And soared to glory.
Hogy értékeled a te teljesítményedet, hogy sikerült kijött az, amit akartál, hogy maradt a lábakban?
A lábakban nem maradt, pozícionálásomban egy picit maradt. Egész jó pozícióban voltam, ugye nagyon fontos volt
a great image. Wonderful shot, wonderful vantage point here on the climb. Yeah, Tetjek and
igazából végig előzgetnem kellett az embereket, a leszakadókat, úgyhogy picit hátulra kezdtem.
No stopping him.
Egész jól megértem a végén.
Határozottan így van, hagylak is most már szuszogni. Gratulálok, Erik. Hagytam sok kérdést, tehát Petter Eriknek.
It's a nice image, gives you a sense of the climb. It is a demanding little one, but all the bike riders around here now all ridden up to the top. Welcome their heroes, and it's quite a cheer, wasn't it? He's getting a really good response here. Let's get a look at it again. The Astanas were setting up for their man Gazzoli. Looked to be in absolutely prime position. He got the wheel he needed. but didn't quite have the legs for it and just faded a bit in that final few hundred meters. As the UAE squad a little bit late to the party, and here she's realizing that Diego Ulissi didn't quite have it today, much like yesterday, where Ulissi realized that it was going to be his day rather than Hirschi. But as in yesterday, exactly the same situation. UAE Team Emirates, no answer to the sheer power and ability of Thibaut Nace.
These 2 victories, how do you felt?
I don't know if I ever had this feeling in my legs before. I was dying completely in the last 150 meters. Then I looked back and I saw Hirschi coming, and I was a bit afraid that it was gonna come over. But I think we felt the same, and we kept also the same pace. So yeah, it's almost I can't describe how much I want to thank my team. They did everything so good to put in the right position, and because they also gave me this confidence and this teamwork, I can finish it off. So I'm just a small part in this victory, and it's as much from the team as from me.
You planned that you were attacked where you attacked?
Yeah, but I mean, we went quite fast already in the beginning of the climb, and I think it put everyone on the limit already. And in a perfect scenario, I wanted to have my sprint a little bit more explosive, but the pace was so high that I could not really accelerate faster, and it was a long way to the finish line. It was really hard. It was painful.
Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Long way to the finish line. Yeah, he never felt legs like it. He's made a few efforts in his young life to this point as Thibaut Nace, but also humble words as well of congratulations. And a great show of humility, being able to recognise the collective effort and the great assistance he's had from the team. The great confidence they've given him. It's always interesting when you hear that, isn't it? That's when that kind of environment is put around you, some riders wilt, others blossom, and Thibaut Nace absolutely loving the attention, loving the assistance. Check. As he said, everyone was already on the limit at this point. And Hirschi had to make. Look at Hirschi has come from quite a way back at this point, up and across and around the wheel of his teammate, up around Brookman, up around Diego Ulissi at this point. He realises he's got to keep going. He's got to get to Thibaut Nace. It's too close to the finish at this point. Consoli also starts to disappear. Here she will think perhaps that if he was on the wheel of Thibaut Nace at the beginning of that sprint, he might, at least, the beginning of the hill, just have had a little bit more energy to challenge. But in the end, it was really no contest. They've done everything absolutely perfect. Jordi for Lidl Trek and a trip to the podium in prospect. We'll have that for you very shortly. Of cycling available around here. It's a nice pump track, isn't it? Great and expanding facilities for cycling in this nation. I mentioned that fabulous 100-kilometre pathway bike trail that they have in and around this area. And also the wonderful new velodrome as well, where we assembled at the start of this event just under a week ago. Also a sign of expanding infrastructure and increased attention being given to various forms of cycling in Hungary. Confirmation of the general classification, no time gap, so Diego Alisi showing it 14 seconds, so 10 seconds gained on the line. That has expanded Thibaut Nace's advantage to 14 seconds now over Diego Alisi. Buchmann stays third, Bossas stays in fourth ahead of Wout Poels, but Hirschi up into fifth, as you can see there, albeit all too briefly. Harm van Hoek is now down to seventh, Callum Scott's in eighth. Matteo Badolati, good climb for him, he's up into the top 10, he's ninth. And Mateusz Vacek is up into the top 10 as well, in 10th. So a couple of riders losing out there and slipping out. Oscar Rodriguez, not such a good climb for him. Damien Howson too, not much enjoying it. Biscata all dropping back. Here's to the big winner, but the one of them, the biggest winner of all, Thibaut Nace. Arms held wide. And now familiar celebration. Not a real castle, I don't think. And team buses all assembled here, just at the studio location, the Corda Studios. I wonder what major blockbuster that particular set is required for. Big tax incentive scheme, of course, which makes Hungary such an attractive location, and they're increasing the resources, the skills. There's confirmation of the general classification situation once more, up to 14 seconds from 4. Buchmann now 16 seconds back. Brossard at 20. Poels still 5th. But now almost half a minute back from Mark Hirschi, up into the top 6 out of Van Hoeken. Callum Scottson drops a place. Matteo Badolati is up several places into the top 10. That studio is the Corda studio, is named after Sir Alexander Korda, Hungarian-born British film producer and director. He had lots of famous movies, didn't he? He's already on the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen,
another beautiful glass trophy.
The winner of the 4th stage is riding for the little track, Thibaut Nace!
Thibaut Nace, the hits just keep on coming for this 21-year-old Belgian rider, of whom much has been expected to this point in his career, and already much delivered.
It was an amazing ride.
for 1 second did it look like he was going to lose the lead once he took it up. And Matthias Vacek as well, another wonderful performance from the Czech national road race champion. Nice ahead of Hirschi Boissart. Good rides by Javier Serrano under Lux as well. Van Hoeke, solid effort. Frank van den Broek didn't have a great climb yesterday, but a man from the DSM squad who emerged as the surprise but very impressive overall winner of the Tour of Turkey recently, showing it was no flash in the pan. A nice finish here today, and he and others will look forward with great interest to see can they repeat and perhaps even improve upon those performances in tomorrow's final stage, which, as I mentioned, also includes a fairly testing and demanding final ramp to the finish. He's the local star, isn't he? Takes a lot of skill and courage to really throw it around a BMX track. And T-Bone Ace has tried it once or twice, although it's all about the cyclocross for many years for him, and now all about the road. Expanded and enhanced advantage on general classification. Got a yellow jersey to wear. Will he collect the final one tomorrow? It's looking increasingly likely. It's a handy advantage, but it's not yet a winning one. He still has a lot of work to do tomorrow. It's going to be a busy finale. T-Bone Ace, your overall race leader heading into day 5. Heading to Page tomorrow from Sjöfok. And Mace will have that 14 seconds margin. I wonder who can make inroads. It's going to be interesting to see whether Boissart and Wout Poels, whether they can fend off Mark Hirschi, who looks like he's bang on form once again. And what will the UAE Team Emirates squad do about trying to put T-Bone Ace and friends under pressure tomorrow? Will it be a more of a long-range effort? Will there be attacks from further out? It's a more demanding climb, of course, a second category climb rather than a first category assault. Surely offers the potential for a little bit more shenanigans and excitement. That second category climb is just 1,700 meters long at the particular point that they pay the points, but it is quite a ramp up to it, so they'll be climbing for 7 kilometers before they get to it, and that 1,700 meters are an average of 10.4%, so it's going to be a tough one. Super challenging hill. Yeah, just looking at the stats here, it gives you a better idea. It's at 5.1 kilometers, it's 6.8%. So they have 2 of those. The final one comes about 22 kilometers from the finish line, and then you have the final ramp up of 1,700 meters. And also add in another climb. So 3 tough climbs, plus the finishing ramp. It's going to be a tough one. And as expected, he has moved into the lead of the points classification. This one will come to him. Along with the yellow jersey, worry to make it a treble tomorrow. It's going to be tough for anyone to unseat him unless someone goes in the break tomorrow. And it would have to be Martin Volter or maybe Peñalver. Timon Ace, your leader in green, will hand that jersey over.
Well done, Timo. Congratulations.
For tomorrow's bike ride, at least.
Gratulálunk, Timo.
Timon Ace now with a 6-point advantage over Martin Volter and Manuel Peñalver. Cavendish, yeah, if he went to the break tomorrow, he might have a chance, but then Ace goes and wins at the finale, the 45. It's tough to beat that. Take a shot though. Will we have a sustained push for the break tomorrow? Climb's backloaded. I think there's a lot of riders might fancy their chances in that in tomorrow's stage, were they to make it into an early move. And of course, more and more gaps emerging on general classification as well. So more riders who are no longer a threat, much further in distance from the overall lead. The early break might be given a little bit more road tomorrow, especially as Timon Ace and friends might be satisfied and happy to send the bonus seconds up the road. Out of harm's way and out of the clutches of the UAE Team Emirates squad. Helps reduce the stress levels a little. But they kind of might fancy that treble as well, but that'd be an element of hubris in that. But on this kind of form, it all surprised to see them control the break to give Timon Ace a chance, an opportunity to take a stunning and unprecedented treble. Third consecutive victory. It's at least the third consecutive day. I think it was the third consecutive day in actual fact in the lead of the climbing classification for his fellow countryman, Steven de Weert.
Riding for the Flanders Ballast, Steven de Weert.
Another stuffed toy and another red jersey to add to the collection for Steven de Weert of the Team Flanders Balwal squad. A very enjoyable trip to Hungary.
Congratulations, Eva. Well done. Gratulálunk, köszönjük szépen.
Six-point margin. And two big mountains to get over tomorrow. 10 points each for the first rider up to the top of those two climbs, so it's not done yet. Timon Ace unlikely to challenge though. They are paying mountains points at the finish line tomorrow, so I think Steven de Weert needs to get up the road perhaps and try and get some points at some stage tomorrow. Mountains points available at the finish line could mean that Timon Ace could go for potentially an unprecedented treble. Can he get the full house? I don't think it's something he'll be targeting. Again, like the points classification, it would just come as a matter of, it would just follow naturally. Lining up for the next moto. Martin Dina collects another white jersey. He's on course to record it and to win it. And fourth white jersey. Trying to get through tomorrow's 173-kilometer final stage.
The leader of the Hungarian classification and winner of the white jerseys. A magyar válogatott kerekese, Dino Márton! Gratulálunk, Marci! egy fehér tűni harcitól.
Martindino takes the white jersey into the following day, and the final day with a handy advantage, 1 minute 12 seconds ahead of his fellow country. Basically they all are in that particular category. Hard fought. That's it from our podium presentation. We look forward now with great interest to the final stage from Sjófugl to Pécs, over 173 kilometres. Can T-Bone Ace defend his 14-second margin on general classification? Can he actually manage what would be a remarkable treble of victories? We look forward to see how that one plays out on the roads of Hungary. The final day of race action tomorrow. But from all of us here at the finish line here at the conclusion of stage 4 in Etjek, it's just time for myself, Declan Quigley, to thank you for watching. We look forward to your patronage again tomorrow, and it's goodbye from all of us here now.